Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me or did I get disconnected?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'm going to attempt to remove.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, Chris, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Which makes a lot of sense. When going to
Hey, Annie.
decided to buy vintage limestone hanging slabs from Facebook Marketplace.
And we'll give everyone else about 5 or so minutes to join. So we are expecting about 70 people for this session. So just give everyone a minute to make sure that they can get logged on. Good afternoon to all of you that have just now joined. We're just going to give about 4 or 5 more minutes to admit some more participants. Okay, we'll give everyone just 1 more minute to get logged on, see if we have anyone else participating. Um, Currently, you should see presentation up on the screen, and we'll go through that in just a minute. Okay. Just right at 3:04. So we're going to go ahead and get started for the sake of time because we have a lot of exciting information to cover today. And as other folks come in, I'll admit them. So just a quick introduction if we haven't worked together before. My name's Haley Matthews. I work here in the Guilford County Budget Office. Been here just shy of 3 years, and I've been in the grants manager position for the last 6 or so months. So I transitioned to this position from a budget analyst position. So I'm enjoying my work here in Guilford County. I am a one-person team today, so unfortunately, no one else from our team is online. So if you drop a question in the chat, or there is a Q&A feature because we are running as a webinar today. If you drop something in the Q&A or the chat or raise your hand, there just may be a little bit of a delay kind of response for me since I'll be doing the presentation and also manning the chat. So welcome. Thanks so much for joining. So kind of intent and goals for today, we'll introduce you to the community-based organization process, tell you what it is, why we have it, and then we'll kind of dive into the application, what it looks like, when it will be released, how you can submit it, and then if you are awarded, we'll also talk a little bit about the contract process. Oh, hey, Robin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll mute. Sorry.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. So we'll also talk about if you do receive funds and you are awarded, what the contract process will look like, what the reporting process will look like as well. So we'll get pretty detailed in some areas. So I'll try to pause after different sections for us to, or for me to answer questions, or for you guys to reflect and ask anything specific, since we are going to get pretty detailed in the different areas. So welcome. Okay. All right, welcome to the fiscal year 25-26 CBO information session. You'll hear me reference the fiscal year 26 quite often. So the process we talk about today are for funds that would be issued July 1 of 2025 and then would expire June 30th of 2026. So if you were to receive CBO funds, that is the kind of period of performance that you would have to spend your funds. And that, yes, I will email a copy of the slides. We are also recording. So whichever recording comes out better, either my recording from this morning or this one that we're doing right now will be posted on the website. And at the very end of the slide deck here, there will be a bunch of different links on our website where you'll be able to see things like a copy of the contract, a copy of required forms, and then of course, once the application is actually released, you'll be able to see that all on our CBO webpage as well. Okay. All right. So the magic question that everyone's been waiting for: when will our application be released for this year? So we are intending to release our application on January 20th. So it will be available at 8 a.m. that morning. So similar to how our communications department did a press release for us this past time, it will go out via press release. If you receive CBO funds in prior years and you're on that listserv, you will receive it through there. And then I will also send out the application to everyone who has either been able to attend one of these sessions, or if someone signed up and was not able to attend. So if there's someone else in your organization that signed up but did not attend today, that will be a listserv as well. So there'll be several different ways to access the application. And of course, it'll be posted on our website as well. The application period closes on February 28th at 5 p.m. So you'll have a little over a month to get your application materials together. Just a few other key dates that we're looking at here. There is another information session on February 4th. There was another one this morning as well. They will all contain the same information. So you know, as long as you attend one, you will receive the information that we are kind of dispersing to everyone. If someone else in your organization would like to attend the one on February 4th, they are more than welcome to. Or if they want to just watch the recording when we post it on the website, they're welcome to that as well. So starting March 1st through April 18th is kind of the time frame in which staff, county management, and the Board of County Commissioners will have to do the application review process. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few slides. But just for Additional general context of the county's budget timeline. On May 15th, county manager will present a recommended budget to the Board of Commissioners. Then we will have a public hearing on June 5th. We anticipate the budget will be adopted at the June 19th Board of County Commissioners meeting. And then for those who do receive CBO funds, we will start processing the contracts for those awards the following week to when the budget is adopted. So around June 23rd. That doesn't mean funds will be issued that week. We won't actually be able to issue funds until the start of the new fiscal year, which is July 1, but we will start working on the contract process with organizations at that point. So some of you are probably looking through this timeline and saying, okay, that's great. When will we find out whether or not our application was accepted and we're going to receive an award? So typically we will release kind of the finalized list somewhere around that June 19th budget adoption date. Sometimes it's a few days before, sometimes it is the day that we adopt the budget. But when that determination has been made, of course, it will become part of the county's budget, so it will be available on the website. But also, we will be contacting those awardees directly as soon as we have that information in the budget office, so you can start making preparations, to receive your award. Okay. The CBO process. So we're going to talk for a few slides just in general about what the community-based organization process is, why we have it in Guilford County, and kind of a few provisions that allow us to have this process. So what is the CBO process? Why do we have it? So every year, Guilford County provides funds to a variety of community organizations, those that meet the definition of a 501c nonprofit. So all of the organizations we issue funds to must be a 501c nonprofit. And the reason why we do this is because we are committed to improving the quality of life for our citizens, ensuring equal access to available resources, and seeking efficiency in service delivery. So that is our goal through this process. Sorry, we're getting a few more to admit here. Okay, I think everyone's admitted that has logged in at this point. So this is why we have our CBO process, with a caveat of the public purpose requirement. So if you've applied for CBO funding in prior years, or if you've applied for other county funding or worked with county partners in the past, you've probably heard the public purpose requirement fairly often, but we always like to just define this here so everyone is aware of it and kind of understand what it means. You will be asked to provide a public purpose statement within the CBO application. So the North Carolina Constitution requires all public funds to be expended for public purposes only. So that's a guiding principle that any government agency who receives public funds, which most all have to abide by in the state of North Carolina. So as we know, Constitution can be interpreted a few different ways. So there have been some court cases, some court rulings that have become guiding principles for how we interpret if something meets the public's purpose or not. So a few of those things that not only we in Guilford County, but those across the state use to interpret public purpose are the activity can't be solely for the benefit of a particular person's or interests. It needs to involve a reasonable connection with the unit of government. A lot of people in the last session asked about this provision and said, oh, my program has to serve a government entity in some sort. That's not necessarily the interpretation of the provision. How it's kind of interpreted is you have a link with the unit of government, right? So once we establish, if you're awarded funds and we establish a contract with you and say, this is how you are serving the public purpose of Guilford County, that creates that reasonable connection, right? That contract, that agreement that says we will provide you funds with to do X, Y, and Z, right? So just a little bit of clarification on that one. It also must benefit the public generally, not special interests or persons. And the last one, that gets a little bit more specific, is the unit of government must have statutory authority to engage in the activity. So that means we can only provide funds to organizations for activities that we are legally allowed to engage in. And the great example I gave in the last session was if you put on your application that you want to provide, pink pony rides for everyone across the state. We can't necessarily provide pink pony rides for everyone across the state, right? So we couldn't engage with you to provide pink pony rides if it's a service we couldn't ourselves provide, right? Um, so all of this to say, question 3A of the CBO application will request for you to add in a public purpose statement for your proposed project, activity, your program. So really what we will be looking for there, and we'll take a look at the application in just a second, is for you to provide a couple of sentences about how your activity kind of engages in the public purpose. And then what will happen is if you are awarded those funds, we will take what you've written as a public purpose statement and we will incorporate that into your contract, just so we can kind of solidify what that public purpose is. Okay. I am one more slide and then I'll take a pause for questions. So we do here in Guilford County have a formalized community-based organization policy. It can be found on our website if you'd like to read it in full, but the most recent iteration was adopted in January of 2023. And really what this policy does is it just sets parameters for how the applications are processed, eligibility of organizations, required documentation, and then it also details the reporting requirements as well. So we'll hit on different pieces of this policy as we kind of go through the presentation. Just one thing to note, staff, we are continuing to work with the Board of County Commissioners to define kind of their priorities for this round of applications in terms of their funding allocations. So we are still working through the budget process with them. So we don't have their defined priorities yet, but we're working through that. So any questions about our CBO process or our policy in general, kind of before we take a deep dive into the application? Okay, let me just check the chat and make sure I haven't missed anything in the chat or in the Q&A feature. Okay, looks like we are all up to date. So we'll talk a little bit about the application. So I'm going to talk in some general terms about things that are very, very important to make sure you have in your application in order to be considered for funding. And then we'll take a look at the actual application. If you've applied for CBO funding in past years, the application is very, very similar. There have been a few tweaks here and there, maybe for grammar or in terms, but the content is largely the same from last year. So first thing that's very important is your organization name. So when we ask for your organization name, please put the organization that is listed with the North Carolina Secretary of State database. So I know some organizations may be doing business as DBA, or maybe you've changed your name or you shorten your name or what have it when you're kind of communicating with others. But sorry, I'm looking at Elma's question. Yes, the funding is only for nonprofit organizations. So there will be, in the next slide, I believe, we will ask for proof of nonprofit status. So that is a requirement for organizations to receive funding. Hopping back to the organization name, the NC Secretary of State database is one of the ways we will verify your nonprofit status and that you are that you have been registered with the NC Secretary. So it's important to get your organization name as it is in the system, because if it's a little bit different and we go in to look it up, it could slow down your application processing because we won't be able to verify that. The next thing, tax ID number. I'm sure most of you have yours memorized by heart, but please remember to put that in there as well. It's another way that we not only verify your nonprofit status, but we'll also use it for things like setting up our vendor files and just kind of importing your information into the county database. Use of funding. So there will be a couple different areas on the application where you'll need to describe how you'll use the funds. So funds may be used for general operating costs, program expenses, capacity building, We do recommend that agencies should refrain from requesting support for permanent personnel. And when we talk about this, we really talk about kind of new positions. So we recommend you not, requesting to add a new position with purely CBO funds for the sake of sustainability. We have definitely seen agencies request, for instance, my example is always you're running an after school program because that's a great clean example. So if you're running an after school program and you say, hey, I'm going to need my program administrator to work on the after school program as part of their job duties, and that equates to $5,000 of their salary. Totally fine to write out a portion of an existing personnel salary in order to support your program. That's totally fine. We just request you not use it to fund new positions because we know that kind of then becomes an issue with sustainability in future years. And the last thing we just make sure you highlight, and there will be a space for this in the application, is the sustainability of the program. So detail just how you would sustain the program after CBO funding expires. And with that being said, I'm going to just pop over to the application and make it a little bit bigger so we can all see here. But this top section of the application is just your basic information. So what's your name? What's your legal organization name? How do you want us to contact you? I will say the point of contact here, I know sometimes there are situations where maybe the person filling out the form is not necessarily the one you want me to correspond with for contract, award agreements, things like that. So it's totally fine. For instance, if the administrative assistant is filling this out on behalf of the executive director, for them to put the executive director as the contact, if that's who they want me to reach out to in terms of the award. Contact information, please put your name and your phone number if you can. Not your name, I'm sorry, your email and your phone number if you can. We have found sometimes just different email filters will get emails bounced back and forth. So it's just nice to have that phone number in case we do have some email issues and I can, pick up the phone and call you. So we can just ensure that we're receiving and giving that communication. Tax ID number, just as we mentioned, make sure it's on there. Organization mailing address, just please be aware, whatever you put here is if you receive funds, this is where we will mail your check. There is an option for direct deposit, but if you get a check mailed, this organization mailing address is where we'll mail the check. We prefer not PO boxes if possible. I know some have issues with mail, and you have to put a PO box. That's okay, but just make sure that you're putting the full mailing address, and it's somewhere that you're actively checking just to make sure that we're not mailing a check and it's sitting there or it's getting bounced back and forth between our address and yours. Okay, so getting into this next section, which I call kind of the highlights of the application, where we're just going to put a few details, and then the final section is where you kind of will build out the rest of the information. The first question being, if you do end up being awarded, how would you like to receive your contract? Our first kind of preference is we generally do the contract over email via DocuSign because it's secure, it's quick, it's easy. That's always our preference, but if you do have a preference of either mailing your contract or picking it up from either myself or our contract specialist, those are options as well. So just check kind of what your preference is there. The second one, let me fix I saw this in the last one, my spelling error, but I didn't want to pause to fix it, but I'll fix it here. So we're asking for you to put your expiration date for the certification of liability insurance, or your COI, right? Certificate of liability insurance. So we're not necessarily asking for you to attach your certificate of insurance. The reason being, we know maybe it's about to expire, and by the time you sign the contract, you'll have to provide a new one anyway. Or if you're in a time crunch and you're trying to get the application done before the deadline, we know it can be hard to kind of, bring your insurance adjuster in and say, hey, can you provide me a certificate of liability insurance just to meet those deadlines? So if you can, just put when your insurance expires, and then Sorry, every time I see a chat come in, my thought goes directly to the chat. But in box 2, if you can just put when your liability insurance expires, just so we have that information on file. So Albert is asking, do we have a general idea of when us, you, staff, and the Board of County Commissioners will have the 2025 funding priorities for CBO funds identified? We haven't received a general timeline for them. I will say they have their board retreat coming up in the next few weeks. That's usually a really good space for them to be able to define those because they are kind of all together. And they're not at a formal board meeting, right? So they have a little bit more space and creativity to think those out. So we don't have a defined timeline for that, but once we kind of have those guidelines, we'll be able to send them out. Now that you guys are kind of on this listserv of people who are interested, we'll be able to send those out when we have them. So we'll keep you updated as we know things, but we're not sure of those yet. Mark asking, do you have to have a certificate of liability insurance? So yes, one of the stipulations is you are required to have some sort of liability insurance. We don't have we don't necessarily have any provisions of you must have X amount or Y amount, but it will be written if you receive an award, it will be written into your contract that you are required to have a certificate of liability insurance. This protects you and this protects the county. So this is something that we require not just CBOs to have, but any vendor who works with the county does have to have that liability insurance. Hey, great question. Thanks. Popping back over to the application, and we'll go through in a few minutes just the attachments we're requiring for the application. So that may answer some of your questions about our organization is required to have X, Y, and Z. The project description box. So here is kind of the space where you'll kind of just give a short public purpose statement. So how you propose to use county funds. And then we also asked you to provide key staff that will work on this project. And then we ask you to also put the requested amount of county funds. So just piggybacking off of the question that was just asked, if your organization is requesting more than $100,000 as part of your application, we do require for you to send us an annual audit. So I know we're kind of at the cusp in the year where maybe your 2024 audit is not completed. You only have your 2023 audit. That's fine. You can send us that now. And then if you do receive funds, we'll follow up with you to get a more current audit. But that is a requirement if you're requesting more than $100,000 in funds. Darlene, did you have a question? Oop, Darlene Evans. Okay, maybe she just came off mute, but she didn't have a question. So no worries. Okay, so the remaining questions on the application are kind of those more open-ended questions that will allow you to really detail what your program is going to do and how that aligns with our vision and purpose. So question number 4 being, how does your organization align with Guilford County's vision statements? If you click on this kind of blue highlighted area, okay, well, it was working in the last one. So let's see if I can get it to work now. I may not be working because I'm sharing my screen. Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll reshare my screen so you can see where it takes you when you click on the link. So if you click on the link, it'll take you to the landing page that has our vision, mission, and core values. So you can view those, and then you can kind of think about how your program or your agency, your organization aligns with these different core values that we have, and kind of align your application to those core values and vision statements. Number 5, if you are awarded funding, what are your targeted outcomes and how will you measure success? So this is also a really important question of, how will you measure success? So if we kind of go back to the example of an after-school program, so if you were going to administer an after-school program, A targeted outcome that you might have could be you want to enroll, 10 new participants, right? And then how you measure success could possibly be you take an inventory or a list of everyone who comes to the after school program, and then you can determine if you've added those 10 participants in addition to what you had last year or not. So it can be as simple as that. It could also be a lot more complex kind of in your computational abilities of your targeted outcomes, but this is kind of the space for you to be able to tell us what you're wanting to get out of this program and how you'll measure that. So question 6 asks a little bit of information about your organization. How has your organization demonstrated success in prior years? So you could use current programs, activities, accomplishments, anything that you think is relevant to your CBO application, you can put in this space. 7th question, are you currently contracted with Guilford County? So here's a space for you to put if you have a current contract with us. So not only a CBO contract, like you are awarded CBO funds for this current fiscal year, but also if you have contracts with other departments. So if you're partnering with public health on an initiative, this is space for that, or social services or any other county department. You can reflect that here. And then if you would also just provide like a brief description of the contract purpose. So for instance, if you were doing an after school public health program, you could, with public health, you could just put that here briefly. Number 8 goes kind of back to those targeted outcomes. So if you'll just define your target population and then estimate the numbers of residents that you will serve. And then at number 9, we just kind of get a little bit more into those targeted outcomes. So in the last session, I guess I switched to summer camp last session, and this session I was talking about after school programs. But if your targeted outcome is to run a summer camp for 2026, and then you want to put in there that your projected date of completion is 8/7/2026. That's just one very basic kind of example of how you can display your targeted outcomes and then have a projected completion date for those. So it can really be pretty basic just in defining what your targeted outcomes are. Okay, question 10. This is everyone's favorite because you get to put a lot of numbers in here, right? So I already put an example in here from last session. So let me just clear it out and we'll do one together to make sure that you guys understand what we're looking for here. Okay, so in this table, we have kind of 2 larger columns, one for your revenue sources and one for your expense sources. So really what we're looking for here is kind of targeted towards your program, right? So for instance, if you worked for, Y organization and Y organization received money from 5 different sources, you would really only need to list what the revenue sources were for that program, right? So we're targeting for the program that you're applying for, not just your entire organization in general, but really targeting that specific program. So for instance, if we're going to go back to the after school care example and we say, you're obviously applying for the CBO award, so you're hoping that's one of your revenue sources. And then you also receive donations. Say you receive, $10,000 in each. You can put that in your revenue sources. And then your expenses, this is an opportunity for you to be pretty detailed in what your expense categories will be. Going back to my pink pony example, this expense table here will really help us hone in on what would be eligible and not eligible. So if your organization is awarded funds, we can kind of talk about what is eligible versus non-eligible on the front end. So, if you did put pink pony rides here and you submitted the application, I would call you and say, hey, thanks so much for your application. I saw you had pink pony rides kind of under your expenses. That's probably not going to be an eligible expense. So let's think about how we can remove that and think about other aspects of your program that would be allowable to support. But and going back to being a terrible speller, if you go through the categories, most of your categories are going to be personnel, supplies, maybe technology, rent, for you to rent space, or utilities for you to, run utilities. So you can go through and define those categories and then put an estimated amount of how much you're going to spend there. Any questions about, I guess maybe I should get to the rest of the application first, but since I just gave that great example, I thought, any questions about how to display your revenues and expenses in the table? Okay, cool. You guys are experts already.
I
Oh,
don't
I'm
have a
sorry.
question about that. My question is if we require additional space for any of those line items, can we add them or do we just attach it in a different document?
Yeah, so the application is not locked. So yes, you can certainly, right click and add more rows or columns that you need. So absolutely. Also, if you're like, a spreadsheet person and you're going to have maybe like 50 lines, like if you're going to have a significant amount of lines, it's totally okay for you to do your work in a spreadsheet and then attach it, as a PDF to the application. So, don't feel like if you are going to have a lot of lines that, you have to go in and do a lot of extra lines. You can attach a spreadsheet, and there will be space where you submit your application. I'll show you guys that in a few minutes, but there will be space for you to submit any like additional supporting documents.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do have space on question 11 if there are any things you want to explain that you can't fit in the table, like, if you just put personnel on the table and then here you want to say, personnel will be made up of, 5 staff members at, $20, or well, I put $10, but I meant $20 an hour, or however you want to use this space in order to supplement the table. And then our last question is just about that sustainability piece. So how will this program be sustained in future years? So, space to talk about, once CBO funding expires, what you anticipate the program looking like at that point. Okay, so that's our application. It's right around 12 questions. It's 2 pages, so hopefully it's relatively manageable. But if you have any questions, we will, have the slides issued out and we'll have this recording. But you can always contact me. My contact information is going to be on the very last slide here. I believe it was also on the press release when that went out, but I'm always your first source. So feel free to email or call me. And we can always just chat through what you're thinking. And yes, Albert, you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Last year, if you applied for CBO for some capacity building funds and you got a partial award and you used those funds for part of that capacity building, would it be a bad ask to ask for funding for the unpursued part of that capacity building this year?
Yeah, so, and that is a good question, and something I didn't touch on, but no, I don't necessarily think it would be a bad use of an ask. I think as long as you have a very detailed ask of what you would do with the funds and explain what, you've been maintaining your reporting and keeping up with what the funds were utilized for during the prior year, I don't think that is a bad ask. I will say, this was asked in the previous session, what happens if 100 people apply and it's decided that we aren't going to issue the full amount of your application. So if you ask for $100,000 and we say we're only going to give you $50,000, right? What does that mean? People were asking, do they have to submit another application? Is there any kind of negotiation process or things like that? And the question is no. So if you don't receive the full amount, you'll be able to allocate the funds that you do receive to any aspect of your application that you detailed. But there won't be any kind of like reapplication. So you won't have to resubmit
Sure.
if the board decides not to fully fund the program. So
Yes, ma'am. And then could I ask one more question?
yeah, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. All right. 2 years ago, the county funded funding that through this our COC for what we called to get stronger together. They used a lot of ARPA funds, and originally when that we were one of the ones funded through that process, and they had originally had anticipated or felt like that would be an ongoing thing, but this year that it was decided that would not be through those funds. So, do you know if they would think that trying to find funding would funding that's going to be used for a homeless population need to be reserved to go through the task force, or would that be suitable for CBO if you were trying to find funding for a program that the county had funded through ARPA previously? But would you guys, in your decision making, prefer that we submit that through whatever the homeless task force wants to do?
So I think kind of the answer to this, and it's a little tricky since they haven't defined their funding priorities for this year. But I would say that I don't think you being in a certain area like that was previously funded by ARPA, I don't think that excludes you from this funding, especially knowing that that funding was temporary and wasn't continued. So I would say no, they're not driving just all applications through the COC for that. So I think you would still be eligible to apply for these funds as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And then Claudia, I think you had your hand up next.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. One is a very brief. Is there a limit of words or characters in the application for the questions?
So there is not a limit of words or characters, no. But if you do find that it's getting crammed or you just want more space, feel free to, use attachments. If you have additional information or anything else you want to include about your organization, feel free to use it as an attachment as well.
Okay. And the second one is, you've been giving examples of one particular program here or there. What if we want to support all of our programs? Is that something that we can do, like a general support of our different programs of the year?
So in terms of program support, I would say, yes, it's okay for there to be multiple programs I think that you apply for. I would just say, as with any application, just be very specific, right? So if, your ask is, utilities, rent, supplies, XYZ for this program, great. We had questions before about, just a general amount, like saying like, we need $50,000. We just want to be very specific about what the funds will be utilized for. So I think as long as you're able to, detail what the funds will be utilized for. Also, we've had organizations in the past that submit multiple applications as well. So if you're like, I have two programs, but they really don't relate to each other, but I want to put them both into the pot for consideration, that's okay too, if you submit multiple applications.
Yeah, our programs are all related since we're an art and culture organization. So it would be like, for example, for artist fees to pay the artists, but for all of the different programs, will that work?
Perfect. Yeah. So I think that's a great example. Yeah. So yeah, you would just go through the expense table and say artist fees for X program, artist fees for Y program. So yeah, that's absolutely one way that you can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to pop over to the chat. They have a question about, does your main office address have to be in Guilford County? Yes, your primary location does need to be in Guilford County in order for us to award the funds. And there was one more question in the Q&A, possibly. It's loading here. Oh, okay, maybe not. If there was a question in Q&A and I missed it, just flag me and let me know, because I'm not seeing anything anymore. But yes, so your main office does need to be in Guilford County. In addition to that, there are a few more things in terms of requirements that are up here on the screen. So the first is proof of nonprofit status. For most people, what they submit is, when you apply for your nonprofit status and the government gives you back your nonprofit certification, that's typically what people submit. So A copy is fine. Don't need to email or don't need to mail us the original. You can just scan and email a copy. We do need you to register as a county vendor. So if you have applied for a CBO award in the past, or if your organization has worked with the county in other capacity, you've already done this. If you are not sure if you're registered as a vendor or not, just reach out to me, and I can look up in the system to see if you are. There's a link on this slide. If I can get it to pull up, there's a link on this slide that will, okay, I'm just gonna go right here. There's a link on this slide that links to this on our website and will tell you how to register as a vendor. It's all online, so you don't have to come in person to our finance office or anything like that. But it walks you through step by step how to register as a vendor. So please make sure that you do that as part of your process in applying. We do need a copy of your W-9 form. Another requirement is a board of directors roster. So this can be super informal. You know, if you just need to type up your board of directors on a Word document or PDF or whatever, that's totally fine. If you have something more formal, that's fine too, but that is a requirement by the state of North Carolina that we have. Like we mentioned, if you're applying for more than $100,000, we are required to have a current annual audit for you. And then, of course, the certificate of liability insurance. If you have it to attach, that's great. If you won't necessarily have it to attach until the award is made, that's okay too. But in order to receive the award, you will need that certificate of liability insurance. And then the final thing, and this is optional, you do not have to do this if you don't want to, but there is an option to do direct deposit. So what that essentially would mean is that instead of us mailing you a check, you would receive it directly in your bank account. This form is also on our website, but it's linked in the links that I have at the end of the slide. But the one thing I will say, and I'll pull up the form just so you can see it, but if you are going to do direct deposit, and you want to send back the information electronically, it does ask for your bank account number. So please send it in some kind of encrypted email if you're going to email it to myself or to finance. And if you're going to mail it, just give me a heads up so I can monitor and make sure that it hasn't gotten lost in the mail, just so we can keep all banking information private. So just appreciate that, so we can make sure that all of your information stays private. And I think that's all the information I have on the attachment. So I'm going to pop back over to the chat and see what questions we have. So Lori Brown, our fiscal sponsor is acceptable. Lori, can you give me a little bit more information? Are you asking if it's okay for you to fiscally sponsor another organization? Or just give me a little bit more information about what you're asking.
To sponsor our organization who may not meet this criteria, but our organization does.
Okay, so essentially you would be applying on their behalf.
That is correct.
I can ask our legal department to verify. I think that the answer would be probably no, because there are certain statutes and provisions that we have to meet, or an organization has to meet in order to receive funds from us. And if someone else is fiscally sponsoring them, then that means they don't meet that criteria. So I can definitely check with our legal department and see if that's something that would be allowable. But my budget sense is it probably would not be allowable. And Lori, I'm just gonna make a note here so I can ask our attorneys and just see what their legal interpretation is, since I don't have that legal background. But thank you for asking. Elma is asking, what if I'm registered as a vendor under a for-profit org? Do I need to register again? Yes, you do, because if we have you registered under our for-profit org, what will happen is We will go through your application process, and then when I go in to do your contract and enter in your payment, our system is going to flag you as a for-profit organization, which then will start the process of people saying, oh no, they're not eligible. So yes, please register again if you're registered as a for-profit organization, so we can have all of the documentation to make sure you're a nonprofit. And then Brianna asked, can new nonprofits apply? Absolutely. There's no waiting period, so to speak. So if you get your nonprofit certification in the mail today, you're still a certified nonprofit. So we don't define at all kind of what that timeline is. So does that answer your question, Brianna? We may have lost her actually.
Yes,
Oh, she's there. Okay, perfect.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Great. Okay, so we've gone over the application. We've gone over our attachments. Being mindful of time here, I am going to flip over to the application portal. This is something that's a little bit new this year, so I just want to make sure that everyone sees it and is relatively comfortable with it for when it comes out on the 20th. So in prior years, if you've applied for funding, you probably have filled out your application and emailed it to our grants email, which we appreciate. But we're implementing for this year an application portal, so to speak. So you won't have to register as a user for this portal. We won't take, a username and password or anything like that. It will simply be the link that's sent out to you on January 20th that says, hey, application is open, application is live. Kind of the reason why we're moving to this model is really for us to be able to, well, two reasons actually. Number one, for us to be able to better track who has applied and to keep it in a kind of a central location. Email is great, but last year we had a couple hundred applications. We'll probably have just as many this year. So we want to make sure that we can track your application and be as responsive as possible when you're trying to ensure that you have all your application materials in. The second one being when you go through and submit through this portal, it will give you a confirmation email. Whereas when you're just emailing it to us, you don't necessarily get that confirmation. So you'll know kind of with 100% certainty that your submission was received. And you can even ask them to send you a copy of what you submitted. So hopefully this will kind of improve our efficiency a bit. So there's two parts to this portal. The first one being just a space for you to put your basic information. So like we talked about previously, your organization, agency name, the contact person. So if you are submitting for someone else, for instance, an administrative assistant is submitting for the executive director, but you would prefer for us to contact the executive director with questions, just put their contact name here, email address, phone number, mailing address. So just kind of your basic information. It pre-populates today's date for the date of application, so that one's filled out for you. The second section, this is our document upload section. So this section is really important because this is where you're going to put all of your stuff, right? All of the things that you've worked so hard on, your application, W-9, all of that good stuff. There's a space for all of it. The really cool thing, I think it's the really cool thing about this is right here, the very first one is you can download the application. So you can click right here. It automatically downloads the application for you. Gonna load up again. You pull up the application. You can edit your information. You can spend as much time as you want, perfecting your application. You save it, and then you can just go back. Oops. Go back into the portal and upload your document. Then you also have a space to upload all of your supporting documentation. So all of those things that we talked about being required, the W-9, proof of nonprofit, board of directors roster, and then you have space to also upload your liability insurance, but it's marked as optional. So if you don't have that to share right now, it won't prohibit you from submitting. You also have the other supporting documents upload section, which this would be a secure way for you to upload that direct deposit authorization if you so choose. So there's a space there, or like we discussed, if you're filling out a table and you're like, man, I've got to either add 50 lines or do it in a spreadsheet, and you would rather, attach a PDF insert of a spreadsheet for that revenue and expense table, you can do that here as well. Then at the bottom, of course, we have our little IT check just to make sure that you're safe and secure and that what you're submitting is safe and secure. Oh, well, it's actually not coming up for me, but it'll come up for you. And then you're able to submit. And once you hit that submit button, whatever email address you put up here, it will automatically send a confirmation to. It should also send, it will also pop up a pop-up saying, thank you for your submission. So hopefully those steps will help ensure that both you and I know what has been submitted. Okay, I'm going to take some space for questions about this, just since this portal is new. And then we'll jump back into the PowerPoint with a few minutes left to just talk a little bit about the contract and to talk a little bit about reporting requirements. Okay. Hearing none. Okay. Oh, Claudia.
Can you work on the portal and then save it and come back later, or does it have to be all at once?
Unfortunately, you cannot save it and come back. But the application itself is the Word document. So the application you can save and come back to. So you would just save the application to your desktop. And then when you're ready to upload it, just go back to the link and you can upload it. Does that make sense?
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Cool. So hopefully the hardest part we've made where you can, save it and come back.
Haley, I
Okay.
have a question, please.
Yes,
the
absolutely.
portal remind me, I'm sorry, I think you said it, but I didn't understand. How do we get access to it? Will this be part of when you email the applications?
Yep. So
Okay.
on January 20th, this is what will be emailed to you as the application. So obviously you're part of this listserv now, so you'll get it through here, but also we'll put it out as a press release on our website and all of our social media as well. But essentially, kind of like when you received the press release to sign up for this training, and it was like, thank you for being interested. Please register here. It'll have that same type of link. It'll say, please access the application here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think we have a question from Carol. Hey, Carol, you're on mute. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Carol? Are you talking? We can't hear. I don't think, or I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Carol?
No.
Oh, no. If you're not able to get your mic to work, you can always put the question in the chat and we can see if we can answer it for you. Deadline 31st. No. So it will open on January 20th and the deadline will be February 28th. So you'll have a little over a month to complete the application. Okay. All right. So you're welcome. So we'll briefly go through, okay, we did our application. The application was great. We've received an award. What happens next? So you'll get a contract template. There is a copy of the template from this current fiscal year. Likely the contract for next year will be very similar. It'll just have different dates since it'll be a different year. But feel free to go on the website to view that if that's helpful. A few things we do require in addition to the actual contract. So we do require for you to have an adopted conflict of interest policy. If you do not have one, there's one in the application that you can sign and notarize that you will abide by ours. We also do require you certify by signature and by getting it notarized that you have no overdue tax debts. And the final thing is an affidavit regarding E-Verify. This is also signed and notarized as part of the contract. And under some of the smaller organizations, you probably don't have to comply with E-Verify. Totally fine. There's a space there where you can say, we are exempt from E-Verify. That's totally fine. So those are all things that will be given to you if you do receive an award. And I'm just going to hop over to the chat. Crystal asks, when will the presentation and recording be provided for today's session? I will provide you with the presentation this afternoon after we are done with the call. The recording, we will post whatever one comes out better from these either session this morning or the session this afternoon. We'll post that tomorrow. So that one will be delayed just because we Teams takes a little bit before they actually send us the recording, and then we'll review it. And then I'll probably cut out the 15 or so minutes that I was waiting for you guys to join, so you don't have to look at me just tap my thumbs. But okay, so you have your contract, you've gone through the contract process, everything's been signed. What happens then, right? So you're starting to spend your funds, you've gotten your check. It is part of our CBO policy that you provide us with a quarterly report. That report reports both on the performance of your program, but also the use of funds. There is a copy of the report online, and I'll just briefly go over it with you. But so we generate this template for you, so you don't have to come up with any kind of template on your own for the report. There's a few questions about your outcomes that you answer kind of here. And then we do have 2 more tables. One of the tables just takes kind of those targeted outcomes that you identified in your application. And what we're asking for you to do is just kind of say, hey, this is where we are so far. This is where our results are to date with that performance. And there's kind of a similar table for expenses. So we break it down into kind of smaller general categories. So, you don't have to break it out specifically by, individual personnel or individual supplies. But we ask you what you've spent this quarter, what you spent year to date, and then just what your total program budget is. And a requirement we do have kind of in addition to you providing us with this filled out expense table as part of reporting, we do also ask any relevant invoices or, POs or any kind of expense documentation that you have for the expenses that you've incurred for that quarter that you also send to us. So that is part of our reporting requirement. And in terms of the reporting, I manage that as well. So I'll prompt you, 30 days or so before it's due to make sure that you're on track to get your report finished. Okay, and on the very last slide, all of the links that you saw in our presentation today to just different things on our website that could be helpful to you are all here. Also, my contact information is here, so I'm always the best point of contact. So you can email me at our grants at guilfordcountync.gov email. This is also monitored by a few other staff members, so if I'm out, sick, vacation, or whatever, there's someone always monitoring that. If you do have any kind of issue with email bouncing back and forth, feel free to give me a call. Our goal is to always have some kind of response to you within 1 to 2 business days. So even if that's, hey, I don't know the answer, but I'll get back to you. I'll try to respond just so you know I've received your communication. And if you call me at my phone, just please leave a voicemail if you don't get me, because sometimes, if I'm in and out of meetings, I may not see your missed call for a little bit. So just leave me a voicemail so we can follow up when we're able to. So thank you guys for bearing with me. I talked at you for a couple of, or not a couple of hours, for an hour. So I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me and for you coming together to learn more about our CBO process. Any final questions or any information I can help provide? Okay. All right. Well, if anyone thinks of anything else that you want to chat about, feel free to give me a call or send me an email once we adjourn. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, Haley.
Thanks. Hey, Talia. Yes. If you want to have a current program that you've been awarded that you want support for again, yes, you are able to submit that.
Okay. Thank you, Haley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.